Hello, hello. Right, plan today is probably a bit more pixel art stuff, some more King of the Ring dev work. Might start looking into some of the scriptable object stuff that we were looking at last week. What else are we looking at? Well, we're doing some pixel art for the Pokemon challenge that we're doing later today. We've currently just started on a Kaizo Ironmon challenge, which is basically like Pokemon Fire Red version, completely randomized. So all of the Pokemon, all of the moves, all of the stats and abilities, they're all randomized, and you have to try and beat the game without buying any heals. Only can heal in battle, and you're only allowed one Pokemon. So if it faints, it dies, and you have to restart the run. So like lots of interesting bits to that challenge. So we were working on our Venusaur last week, but we've now got Blastoise completed and Charizard. We're trying out some like different color variations and all that kind of stuff and different setups, but I think we've finally settled on some of these. So going with this kind of color combo that uses the green that I use in a lot of my overlays and stuff like that. So I'm quite happy with these three. And we've actually combined them into this starting soon screen that I'm going to be using later on, which I'm quite pleased with. But going to continue on making more Pokemon based on which favourites I pick and basically requests and stuff like that as well. So that will be the plan with that. But I think just to start off the stream today, I normally start at 2, but I'm going to try out this starting at 1 o'clock a little bit earlier. But I'm also going to do... There's a channel on YouTube called Cracking the Cryptic that do some solves of interesting Sudoku puzzles. And I normally do a couple of these a week, but like follow along with the video. So like if I get stuck a little bit, I've got some way of continuing. But I'm just going to do this to start with. And hopefully this is going to be like a 30-minute, 40-minute thing. But we'll see how it goes. So we've got standard Sudoku rules applying. We have to colour the grid into one of two colours. So the cells of each colour are orthogonally connected. So as in sharing flat edge. So like these are connected, but these wouldn't be connected. And no 2x2 area is entirely one colour. So sometimes this is called yin and yang rules. The grey ring in the grid is divided into non-overlapping groups of cells along the ring that sum to 10. Grey ring in the grid. Okay, so as we go around this grey line, we have groups of numbers that sum to 10. That's going to help us out a little bit. Digits may repeat within a group. Okay. And additionally, each of the groups along the line that sums to 10 must all be one colour. And two adjacent groups cannot be the same colour. Okay. Well. Right, so that's a bit of a tricky start. So they've got to all be one colour. You can't... And two adjacent groups cannot be the same colour. Right, okay. So, where is the starting point for this puzzle? So we know 4 digits. But digits may repeat within a group. So we could have positions where... Is there any way that we could have 4 digits summing to 10? So let's say this is like a 1, 2, and 3. So we've got 6 here. You could have 7 if this is the 1, 8, 9, 10. So you could have something like this. 1, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2. And that whole group there sums to 10, is all connected, obeys all these rules, and that would all be the same colour. And then you'd have another sum here that can sum to 10. So, for example, you could do, well, the lowest number this can be is 4, because you've got 1, 2, 3 already in the column. And that could be 4, 6 on its own. Or you could do, you can do 3 because you need a 2 and a 1 here, but then you'd have 2 1s in this box. So you could do, 2. No, I think you'd have to, no, it'd have to be a 4, 6, right? Because you couldn't do 1 in the box, there's already 1 there. If you did 2, you'd need another 4. And you couldn't do that because you can't put another 4 in the box, you can't put 3 and 1, you can't put 2 and 2, and you couldn't put 1 and 3. So this would have to be a 4, 6 pair, or you could do 5, 3, 2. That's another option. But yeah, that's basically how that rule would work. But we don't know where they split at the moment. So a couple of rules of how this yin-yang part of the puzzle works. So you've got to shade everything one of 2 colours. And just by the way it works, if you've got a block, well, you're not allowed any 2x2 area, all 1 colour. But if you have a pattern like this, for example, you know that this can't be, like checkerboard patterns like this don't work out just by the way that the puzzle works. So we know that if you had this kind of setup, you'd know this is always going to be yellow to make sure that you don't have a cross pattern happens. And also along the edge of the square, there'll only be 2 changes of colour. So everything, there's only like 2, something like that could work, where the colour changes twice, or each block is 1 whole block. Just by the way that the yin-yang rules work out. If you want to know why, I'm sure I'm assuming this is Simon's going to solve this one. Yeah. So Simon will go over the rules and explain why those kind of patterns don't work. I'm sure almost every time he shows that checkerboard pattern, but we'll come back to that. So let's clear this out. Right, so how do we get started on this? So the 9 has got to help us start, I think. So if we had a 9 in one of these cells, it would have to be paired. Okay, the 9 on the grey line would have to be paired with a 1 to make a 10, a sum of 10. Or it has to be outside the line entirely. So one of these boxes that doesn't have a line. So 9 could be here or here, or if it's on the line, then it has a 1 next to it somewhere. Does that help us? That doesn't really help us that much. Okay, I'm going to take a little hint of where to start. Oh yeah, yeah. So this is his description of how the checkerboard pattern doesn't work. And again with the border. Ah, right. That is where we start. Okay. So basically, if we know that this is a stretch of potentially different groups that sum to 10, but they're all in the same column, this is where we have a bit of help. So in the same column, a row of 4 numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4, would sum exactly to 10. Oh, let's use like this. There we go. So that would sum to 10. And then you'd have to do a new block here that is a different block of colour. But there's no reason why it would need to start at the top. So 4 is the max. You could have, or a pair, so like a 9-1, 9-1 pair, and then like 8-2, and then 3-7. Oh. But if you did this, and we're looking at the, let's do blue. We'll do the 2 different color combo rule here. You've got this change in colors here, which is the max would be allowed in the perimeter. So all of this would have to be yellow. But we know that the next set of 10 would need to be blue because it has to alternate. So we couldn't do something like this. Maybe this wasn't a good one to start with. Go on, let's take some more hints. Right, okay. Yeah, so what he's saying is, regardless of what makeup you have here, of like, this could be a row of 4, this could be a triple, you're always going to say that this and this cell are going to be the same color. So I think what we can do is get rid of those digits, and we'll just make these both blue and yellow. And then once you know that your color change occurs in this row, then you know that all of these on the outside are going to be yellow. And that means that this is at least 3 digits that are all the same in the same group. And 4 is the maximum. So this yellow from the bottom can't get to this cell. And we can't have just one blue on its own. So potentially you have 4 yellows here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And helps here is that we know that this is blue because we're not allowed a 2x2 area of the same colour. Yeah, okay. So this is where our starting point is. So those are all blue because otherwise you have 4 yellows all in a 2x2 area. So then this is going to have to be blue because you can't make 10 in one cell. This one's going to have to be blue, for the same reason, and this one's going to have to be blue. So because you can't make 10 in one cell, this one's going to have to be yellow. Okay. So where does that go? Is there anything else that we can determine with that? Can we confirm if one of these is one of the other colours? I don't think we can confirm that yet. I normally need like a few little hints from the video, which are normally like the biggest jumps in the puzzle, but still feel like I'm slowly learning some of the techniques as I do that. Is there anything I can get here? Right, if this was yellow, that would put a blue here and here. That's fine. This was blue. Doesn't really make a difference. No, I haven't got anything to go on just yet, so it's a little sneak peek a little bit more. Ah, how'd you get that one's green? Okay. So let's say, yeah, if we pick that to be yellow, then because of the 2x2 rule, this would have to be blue and this would have to be blue. Because otherwise we've got a 2x2 all yellow. And then this digit alone would have to be a value of 10. So he's correct in saying that has to be blue. Does that help though? Is there any other situation where that can occur? That could be yellow, that doesn't occur there. If it's yellow, that's blue, and that's blue. But then you've got 2 yellows here. This one. If this is yellow, then that's blue, and that's blue. Oh no, because this could be blue as well. So we don't know on this side. No, that doesn't help. this is blue. Oh no, yeah, okay. This can't be yellow. Because again, like we were saying before, either side of the line would be different colour. So that has to be blue as well. And the problem here is they're not all on the same box or line. So what's the minimum we can make this? This could be 1, 2, and 3. And this could also be a 1. So let's say you had like 1, 2 here, and this was 3, 1. So we've got 6 here, 7. This could be... Ooh, this can't be 1, 2, or 3 now. No, we can't ever extend to the cell, I don't think. Do you make these the minimum they can be? This would have to be a 4, but we're also including this box in sum to 10. Okay, so what else are we saying here? This doesn't have to be a 1, 2, 3 triplet anymore, but this is definitely yellow. So this is blue. Just stop a 2x2 of yellow. And then this is yellow, because otherwise this is only one cell. And then this has to be yellow, otherwise we get a checkerboard here of colours. So this doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3 though. Let's say, what scenario can we do? Let's say that's a 1. Then these could be 1, 2, so we've got 4 and 6, for example. As long as this one's not a 1 as well. So there's still lots of options there of what can sum to 10. Okay, so this is a single blue, so this has to go here to be blue as well. Then this has to be yellow so that it's not 2x2 of colour. That has to be blue because there's otherwise we get a 2x2 area of yellow. This has to be blue, otherwise you get a checkerboard colour. This can't be yellow because it would just be 1 on its own, so this has to be blue. So now we've got another 4 connected here. Again, that can be 1, 2... Oh, it has to be 4. There's a lot of options again for that. Okay, where else can we look? This is a connection of 3, and this is a connection of 2. So there's at least 2 blues here somewhere, because they can't all connect together because that would be way too many digits. So this one's always going to be blue. Because either we got 2 blues here, or we got 2 blues here, or all 3 of these are blue. So if in any of those situations, that's always blue. What else do we have here? If this was yellow... No, that's not going to help. If this is yellow, that makes this blue, otherwise you get a 2x2 of yellow here. Does that matter though? Not sure yet. I feel like we're getting stuck again. We might need to have a look for another little hint. So we've got a row of 4 here. So So what we're saying, it can be 1, 2, 3, 4. That sums to 10. But there's no reason why this number here couldn't be also in this. So you could have something like let's see, what's the minimum? So we could do like 2, 1, 1 and then 6. And that would be a sum to 10 along this line with no repeating digits, and that would all be fine as well. So, and like if you wanted to do different digits, you could do that. So I think 6 is the highest number you can get though. So maybe that's what we need to start looking at. And if this is going to repeat in here, then this one has to be quite low. Like for example, this can't be a 6, right? This you need, the lowest you can make this is 1, 2, 3, and that's a sum of 12. So the highest this can be is a 4. Okay, so that's something worth noting. And that'll be the same on this one. For the same reason. You got these 3 in a line like this. It's a very similar setup here. It's just this box has been squashed across, or like squashed down if you rotate it around here to make that same shape. Right. That doesn't really help us that much yet. So where do we look next? Go on, let's have a little look. We've got that. We've got this. Ah. How does he figure out this is grey? Ah, right, okay. We've just established that this cell has to be from the numbers 1, 2, 3, or 4. If this was yellow, then we've got another run here of 4 digits, but they're all in the same box that would have to add up to 10. So these would have to be the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 to make 10 in the same box. But if we use those numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 here on this run, then there's no number left over to use in this cell. So these can't be a run of 4. So that means this has to be blue. Right, and then now you get a bit more colouring, because this can't be a checkerboard pattern, this can't be a 2 by 2 pattern. Is that as far as it goes though? Yes, I think so for now. Come on, where's the break in? Oh, this has to be yellow, otherwise we get 2 by 2 of blue. This has to be blue, otherwise we get a checkerboard pattern. Yeah, we're getting somewhere with the colouring. But it immediately dries up again. What am I meant to do here? Can we determine what colour this is? No, because this could be a runner 3 or this could be a runner 3. So that's probably going to be determined by what colour this is. So where else can we go? I think it's quite unlikely these are both blue. Because this yellow would be quite stranded and you'd have to come like around. Like something like that. Because all the yellows have to connect up to each other. We're going to cheat again. What's the logic here? Right, okay. Let's have a look at that. So what he's saying here is, if this is yellow, then to make this not a 2x2 of yellow, this would have to be blue. But then to make this a 2x2 of, not be a 2x2 of blue, this would have to be yellow, but then we get a checkerboard pattern, which doesn't work with this rule set. So that has to be blue, which will give us yellow here. And again, we get stuck, I think. Are we stuck here again? Maybe this wasn't a good one to start with. Okay. So he's just working through. Ah, okay. Wait. How did he get? He gets to there. Right, yes, okay. So, what he's saying is, we know that this is blue, because if it was yellow, then to sum to 10, this single cell can't be 10 on its own. It would have to be another yellow here, and then you get a 2x2 of yellow. So, we know that that has to be blue, and then to avoid a 2x2 of blue, you get a yellow. And then we can't extend down to here as blue, is what you're saying, because then you'd have 5 digits here, or in the same column, that would have to sum to 10. So either this is the last blue in the sequence, that could be blue, or yellow, but either way, this one has to be yellow, because if this is yellow, then it has to extend to at least 2 cells, or if this is the last blue, then the next one's yellow. And then, what do we say here? This looks odd here. This is blue. then this would have to be yellow to avoid a checkerboard. So whatever happens, these are opposite colours. Does that tell us anything? Not really. Okay, have a little bit more. Okay, I wouldn't have made this jump, so I'm quite glad I'm checking up every now and then. Right, so I think what he's saying here is because we know that each of these consecutive same colour boxes on the line, so like this 3 here, is a sum of 10. Then what you can do is you can add up consecutive lots. So we know from here, if we take this yellow line, that's 10. The numbers in these boxes sum to 10, and then the numbers in these boxes sum to another 10, that's 20, and then these, another 10, so that's 30. So we've got 30, a value of a total of 30 in these boxes highlighted, and that's 5 boxes in each cell. Now, the lowest values you can put in are the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It would sum to 15 in each cell, each box. So these have to be made up of those values. Because if you put any digit higher in here, then you don't have enough low digits to make that sum. But again, does that really help us? That could be 5, 4, 1, it could be 5, 2, 3. Can you do 5 here? 5, 1, 5, 1, give us 6, 3, 1, yeah. And then that'd be... no, There's some interplay here going on. That I might not be smart enough to figure out at the moment. Could any of these be a 5? Let's say that is a 5. Then these 3 would have to add up to 5. So you could do 2, 2, 1. If you did 2, 2, and 1. Then 2 and 5 are both used out of this. That would leave you 1, 3, 4, which isn't enough to make a 10. So this is either where, if it's 3 in the same cell, in the same box, can you make 10 without using 5? Because 4, 3, 2 is not it's a total of 9. You have to use the 5. So you have to use the 5 in this triple. So these can't be 5. And you have to use the 5 in this triple. So this can't be 5. So now we know this is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Which Oh no, one could be repeated actually. If you had like 3, 3. Wait, could one be repeated? Let's say you couldn't use 1 in this. Can we still make 10? So we'd have to have 1, 4. So then can we make 6 out of these? Can't do triple 2, we can't do double 3. No, I don't think you can you? So wait, this is either 5 and 514 or 523. And this is the same, 514 or 523. They have to be different. If this was 514 and this was also 514, then we'd only have 2s and 3s here, and that wouldn't work because we need 3 different numbers on this line. So these are a different combination. One side is 514, the other side is 523. Oh god, this is out of my brain. Let's see something like this. I bet he gets this in like 2 seconds when he's looking at it. So one side of this doesn't have access to 1 and 4, and the other side doesn't have access to 2 and 3. Ah, so okay, right. Let's say this is, for example, let's say this is 514. We only have the numbers 2 and 3 available here, but we know that this has to be the opposite version. So this could be 523, but then 23 is not available here. So we can't have a repeated digit on this line. So it is the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. So one of these is definitely a 5. Is what we've got out of that. I'm not sure that's too useful. Is there anything else I can narrow down? And I say that because we know that there's no repeated digits here. Oh, I knew that already, right? We know that in the 5 cells here, if we get rid of that one, it has to be 5 different numbers, and we can only use the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5, 3, 4, 5. Does that help us in any way, though? I don't think so. We know that 9's one of these places. Again, doesn't really help. We know that there's a 9 somewhere here. We know that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And this as well as 6, 7, 8, 9. Because we've already got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the cell. Is that worth marking all of these? 6, 7, 8, 9. Feels like I'm being productive, but I don't think it is. Ah. So we've got 4 with the digits there, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are low again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't really help. But this is a high number. Okay, this being a high number puts some pressure on this lot. So we need 3 digits here. I think we already worked out the highest this can be is a 6, right? Let's say if we want to minimize this, we have to do a 2 here and then double 1, which is a sum of 4. So the only thing you can add is a 6. So we finally get a digit. Right, these are 2s, that's a 1. These can't be 2 anymore. This can't be 2 anymore. This can't be 2. So we know that this is now a 5, 1, 4 set. So these can't be 1 or 4. That's a 2, 3 pair. This can't be 2 or 3 anymore. This can't be 3 anymore because we need this to be 2, 3, 5 in that section. And the 2, 3 is here, so this has to be a 5. So that's not no, that's not a 5. There's a 5 here or here. These aren't 5s. So there's definitely a 5 down here somewhere. Because we've got a 5 in the middle row, we've got a 5 up here, so the 5 on the bottom row has to be down here. We've got 2, 3, 2, 3. So there has to be a 3 up here somewhere. These can't be 6 anymore because we've got 6 in the box already. You can't be 6 because we've got 6 in the row. What else is that telling us? Does that dry up a bit now? We've got these are a 1, 4 pair. 2, 3 pair. Doesn't really tell us much there. Okay, we know that we've got 1, 4, 5 here. This is 3, 7, 8, 9. That doesn't really help us much. Okay, so this is 6, 7, 8, or 9, and this can't be 1 or 2. So the minimum this can be is the 3. It's possible you could do 6, 3, 1. And this would be blue. Or this could be 7, 3. This can't be 8 or 9. Because if this was an 8, you'd need a 1 or 2 here. This is a 3 or a 4. And then this is a 1 if it's blue, or it's whatever it's of a different colour. So you can't be 9 anymore. We were making some progress there, but I think that's starting to dry up now. Okay, we don't need this shading anymore. It just confuses it a little bit. I think we need another little hint next. If this was a 3... Yeah, it keeps it all low. This can't be a 1 or a 2. So again, this can't be an 8 or a 9, right? If this was a 9, that would have to be a 1. If this was an 8, that would have to be a 1 or a 2. It can't be either of those. So it could be 3. If it's 3, there's lots of options, because this could be anything up, right? It can't be 8 or 9. I think those are the only options there. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's quite a lot of options, but 3, 6, that could be a 4. This is still either colour. Let's not narrowed that down. I think we dry it up again. This yellow doesn't have to escape because it's on the boundary. This blue has to connect up somewhere, so one of these two is blue. Because otherwise you've just got an isolated section of blue here. So if one of these is blue, let's say that one's blue. That'd make that yellow, that blue, that blue. Let's see what happens with this. Let's just fill in. So because of the 2x2, that's got to be different. Because of the checkerboard, that's got to be different. That doesn't look impossible. What if this one was the blue? That would have to be yellow. That would have to be yellow. This would have to be blue because the blue still needs to escape. Again, that doesn't look impossible. Right, let's go for the next hint. Okay, we've done some of this work. Wait, why have you got 4, 7? Wait. Oh, have I got something the wrong way around? I think I've got something the wrong way around. Wait, what? Oh. I've done my sum incorrectly. Ugh, that's so annoying. Right, let's go back. Where were we? Right. This. We had the right logic, but we just couldn't count to 10 correctly. So that has to be 2, 1, 1, 6. Right. So ones can't be here. Let's start here. So these can't be 1. So they can't be 4. So these can't be 2 or 3. So this can't be 1 or 4. This can't be 1 or 4. And these can't be 2, 3. Again, that puts this as a 5 still. This can't be a 5. But I think that does make a difference to some of this other stuff. Let's go these. Get rid of those colours. Right. So you're not a 6 because we've got one in the row. You're not 6s because we've got them there. And then the same rules. This can't be a 1 or a 2. So this can't be 8 or 9. So this is a 3 or a 4. And this is potentially a 1 here. Right, it doesn't affect any of those. We know that there's a 5 here. We know that there can't be a 5 here. And we know that there is a 5 somewhere here. We know that there is a 1 somewhere here now. Oh, we've already got the 1. We know there's a 4 somewhere here. Right, and then this is what we had incorrect. So this digit here can be a 4. Sorry, a 4. can't be 5, because we've got 5 here or here already in the row. Can't be 6, because there's already a 6 here in the cell. So 7, 8 or 9. But because this can't be 1 or 2, this can't be 8 or 9. So this is a 4 or 7. Right. And then this can't be 1, 2. Could be a 3 with the 7. Could be a 4 with the 4. So 4, 4. No, because that would need a 1 or 2 here. So that can't be a 4. Could be a 6. Yeah, just 3 or 6, I think. Can't be 1 or 2 because we've already got 1 and 2 in the row. 3 would pair with 7, that's fine. A 4 would mean you'd have to have 4, 4, and then this would have to be 1 or 2 to continue on to make 10. And we've already got... Oh, it could be a 1... No, then we'd do 2 1s. Yeah, so it can't be 4. Could be 5. You could have 4, 5, and 1. That is possible. And then 6. 6 is the highest that could be. So 3, 5, or 6. And what else can this be on this row? This can be 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Oh, it can't be 6 because we've already got 6 in the box. Right, does that change anything though? I'm not sure it does. No, I think the same rules apply there. Right, so what's next? Yeah, I got rid of 4 extra. That's the only difference. Right, okay. So what he's done is establish that. Wait, how does he know this is a 2, 3, or 5? So we've already got 1 in the box. And we know that 4's at the top. We know this. Oh yeah, because we eliminated 1, 4 here. Sorry. Get rid of that. Because the 1, 4 in this row is already here. Right, so then he established that this cell is 2, 3, or 5. But if this string of 3 digits here didn't have a 1 in it, then the only way to make 10 with 3 numbers is 2, 3, 5. Because all other combinations to make 10, you have to have a 1 in. And if you did that, this being 2, 3, 5, that means this has no value it can be. So it can't be 2, 3, 5 here, so there has to be a 1 here, is what he's saying. That means there has to be a 1 somewhere in the center here. Can't be there because that's already there's already a 1 there. So it's a 1 here or here. So yeah, that would be 1, 5, 4. Or 1, 9. Or there's a few other combinations actually. Does that help? That doesn't really help. An extra pencil mark. So where do we go next? Okay. Oh wait, how's he established that is definitely green? Oh, he's okay. He's establishing where it isn't green. Right. Okay. So basically, what he's saying is, if this was blue, then this and this digit would have to be the same. Otherwise, you've got too many low digits in this column because we've already got 2 low digits here. And then if these two are the same digit, then whatever that digit is has to appear somewhere in this side of this box. And as we've already told from the tensor markings here, the lowest number that can be on this side is a 5. So if we try to repeat a 5 here and they were both blue as part of the same sum to 10, then you'd need, well, these 2 digits would have to be 0. You can't do that. So this has to be yellow, which gives us that as blue. It gives us this is yellow, this is blue. This has to come out from the corner as blue, otherwise it can't connect into the rest of the blue cells. And now that we know that this has to be blue, we've lost the degree of freedom here. So this has to be 6, this has to be a 3, and this has to be a 1. So then we've got a sum to 10 there. So this can't be 6 anymore, this can't be 3 anymore, this can't be 6. So this is a 5 or a 6, this can't be a 7, so this is a 4. This is not a 4. So either it's 5 and 1 or it's 6 on its own. Ah, it can't be 5 and 1 because we've got the 1 here. So this has to be a 1. This is not. This has to be blue, and this has to be a 6. Which puts a 6 somewhere here in the middle because of these 2 6s. What else? Got to be a 6 somewhere there. That doesn't really help. This can't be 6 anymore. And that's not very useful. Yeah, there's a 6 down here. Nice. There's a 4 somewhere here. That's not very useful. What does this tell us? This 3 should be doing something. What's the 3 doing? Or can we work out what's with the 1, maybe? We need 2 numbers that sum to 9. This can be 3, 4, 5, 7. Can't be 8 because we'd need another 1, right? And with those to sum to 9, we'd need 3 with a 6, 4 with a 5, 5 with a 4, 7 with a 2. We can't do 2, so this can't be 7. We can't do 4 here because there's a 4 in the row, so this can't be 5. And we can't do 6 here because there's already a 6 in the box, so this can't be 3. So we've got 4, 5 from that. That's good. So we know that there's a 4 here. So we know that's a 1, 4, 5 triple. 1, 4, 5. So now this can't be a 5 because we've already got 5 in the row. This can't be a 5 because we've already got 5 in the column, sorry. So that's our 5. There's 2, 3 here. Right, hopefully this is where things start cracking and we find stuff. So we now know this is yellow, because otherwise we'd have a 2x2 of blue. This also has to be yellow because the yellow needs to join up with the rest of the other yellows. Right, these are 6, 7, 8, 9. These two are not 9. Sorry, these are not 6s. 3. They're 3s instead. This is not a 3 because we've got a 3 here. What else does this tell us? Come on. I feel like it's getting close now. What are these 3? 1, 2, no 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There has to be a 9 here. We know that's 1, 4, 5. Right, we've got 2 digits here that add to 10. We can't have 1, 3, so 2, 8 is possible. 3, no, 4, 6. Can't be 4, 6. Because there's already a 6 in the row. And that's it. So we know that that's 2 and 8. So this can't be 8 anymore. So now we've got 1, 2, 3. So this has to be 4. We've got 5, 6. 4, 7, or 9 at the top there. These 3. No. How does this blue join up? So wait, didn't we establish that to make 10 in 3? Wait, let's I'm sure the combo. Right, to make 10 in 3 cells, we have to have a 1, or we have to have 2, 3, and 5, right? So we can't have a 1, and we can't have 2, 3, and 5, because we've got both 1 and 3 in the cell already. And to make 10 in 4 cells, with a repeated digit possible, what's the lowest these could be? The lowest this can be in 2 and 4, because we've got 1 and 3 in the cell already. So we've got 6 already. And the lowest this can be is a 5. So that's too much. Those are the lowest 3 digits we can put in this cell. So that's already too much. No, I just wanted to get rid of the digits. So this has to be blue. This has to be a pair that makes up. So if this is blue, this has to be blue. So this has to be yellow. Stop a 2 by 2. This has to be yellow to stop a checkerboard pattern here. This has to be yellow to stop a checkerboard pattern here. So then this has to be blue for the blue to escape out of this corner. Does it dry up again there? I think it does. Oh, these normally take me like just over an hour, so I feel like we're getting close, hopefully. I know there's 2 here. What can these be? So it can't be 1 or 3. It could be, can't be a 2-8 pair because we've got both of those available here. Can't be 3, 4, 3, 7 because we've got 3 in the cell. It's got to be a 4, 6 pair. Right, that gives us the 1 here. Because that can't be 4. That gives us the 4 there. So we know that there's a 1 here. Oh, the 4 here gives us that that's 6, that's 4. So we know there's a 6 somewhere in the middle here. And there's a 4 along the bottom here. So, because we've got the 4 here and the 4 here, means we've got 4 somewhere here. Come on, what's next? What's left here? So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not 9. These aren't 2. That's not 5. All I'm doing is like scanning up and down the rows and columns. Ooh. Okay, if this was a 9, that doesn't work. We've got 2 more digits here, so this can't be 9 or 8. The 8 would need double 1. If this is 7, you'd need 2 and 1, but 1's already in the cell, so this can't be 7, so this has to be a 5. So you're not 5. That gives us a 5 somewhere here in the middle, and somewhere here at the top here. Well, it can't be that because you'd have to have 5, 5 and nothing. This can't be a 6 anymore because that would be too much, so the 6 is here. So you're not a 6. And you're not a 6. So in this row, this can either be 3. Oh. What's what we've not got in this row? We've got a 1, and we've got a 2, 3, and we've got 4, 5, 6, and 7's too big, so that's a 2 or a 3. So this would have to be a 2 or a 3 to make that triple go up. You couldn't have 2, 2, 1 because that would be a repeated number. So this has to be yellow. And so would this be, because it's not just one on its own. This blue has to get out and has to join up with the rest of it. This blue also has to get out to join up with the rest. So now we just don't know which of these is blue and which is yellow. Ah, yes we do. It has to be yellow because otherwise this digit on its own has to be a sum to 10. So that has to be yellow and this has to be blue. And that's the colouring completed. Right. So this can't be a 1. So this can't be a 9. Neither of these, if this is a, so neither of these can be a 6, right? If one of them's a 6, you have to put a 4 with that. So that puts that 6 there. And you guys aren't 6s. So what can we make here? We could do a 2, we could do a 2, 8, or we could do a 3, 7. Can't do 4, 6, can't do 5, can't do 1. Okay. What else can we do here? You're not 5 anymore. There's a 5 in the box. Maybe this. Oh, there's got to be something that I'm missing here now. You can't be 6 anymore. Ooh, what have we got left? I feel like this box probably can tell us some stuff. But no, we haven't got really anything in the rows that will help eliminate yet. That's going to be tricky. this pair is probably quite tricky to complete. So we know it's not 1, 9. It could be 2, 8. It could be 3, 7. It can't be 4, 6 because this can't be 6. So this is not a 4. So 1, 2, 3 is a possibility. 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8. So this could be 2, 3 or 7. So this can't be 9. Can we eliminate any more? No, not from that. Right, what are these three? So we established it's either 2, 3, 5, or it will have a 1 in it somewhere. So it can't be 1, 4, 5. If that's the one, we can't have 4, 5, so we'd have to have... Can't have 3, 6. It'd have to be 2, 7. Could it be 2, 7? It can be 2, 7. So this could be 1, 2, and 7. Or, if that's not a 1, then we need 2, 3, 5. Which is possible. 2, 3, oh no. 2, 3, and 5. Just that's not a 5. These are all available. That's all the digits those can be. That doesn't help. Where's the break here? It's always the way it feels like it's very close to breaking, and then it's like, okay, no, I'm stuck again. So, where is this? There's got to be a digit somewhere that breaks this all open. Can that be a 4? If that's a 4, that's a 6. There's nothing wrong with that. No, okay, let's look for another clue. Right, we can jump ahead quite a bit, I think. Double check. What have we got? We got that 6, we got those. Right, what difference do we see here? He's limited this to 2 and 8. And how's he done that? What extra digits has he got? He's got the 6 here. How has he figured out that's a 6? Oh, we have figured out that's a 6. Right, because these two 6s tell us there's a 6 in this column, in this box. This 6 tells us it's not there. And we've already figured out this can't be a 6, so that has to be a 6 here. Like it's a 6 in here or here. How do you get rid of 3 and 7 in here? Right, okay. So because we've got this 2 here, we know that 2 can't be here in this box. And we already know that this is 1, 4, 5 here. So 2 has to be here or here. And that means that 2 in the bottom cell can't be in any of these boxes because you've already got 2 in the column on both of those rows. So that has to be the 2. Right, so hopefully, now this can't be 3, 7, that gives us 2, 8. These can't be 8s. Right, these can't be 8s either. So this is a 3 or 7, this is a 3 or 7, it's not 2. Come on. Let that work. Something else out, please. Have we done all the 6s? No. Oh, we've got this pattern of 6s here, so that doesn't help. 4s, is there anything else we can do with 4s? Not at the moment. 1s. No. There's loads of options of 1s here. Come on, I don't want to keep going back to getting clues, but I think I'm going to have to. Yep. Got that. Yes, okay. So, because this has to be something to 10, one of these is a 3 and one of these is a 7. And regardless of which way around they are, they both see this digit, right? So this digit cannot be a 3 or a 7, so it gives us a 9. So this is not 9. This is not 9. So 9 has to go here, because we've established it's not in any of these. So that is a 9. So this isn't a 7. You can't be 7 anymore. These 3 can't be 7 anymore. So 7 can only go here in this box. Which means this can't be a 7. One of these is a 7. This is a 4. So this can't be 4. This is a 1 or a 5. Come on. There's got to do more. There's got to be a 9 somewhere here. This can't be 9. That could be 9, 1. That's possible. Or that could be 9 on its own. Forcing the 9 down there. Come on, it's got to be... Something has to show here. Oh, okay, we've got 3, 7. 3 and 7 both here, so these can't be 3 or 7. So that's our 8. So that's not an 8 anymore. That's not an 8 anymore. That's not an 8 anymore. Come on. Something's going to break and it's all going to, like, fall into place. But what? What is the point which shows this? Can there really be a 7 here now? 7, 1, 2 is possible. Yeah, okay. Surely, come on. It has to be here or here. That 4-6 would work. But we can't confirm that. No, next hint. Oh, right, yes. Because this is in a row, any options here do get eliminated, right? So this sees a 6, so it can't be the 4-6 pair to make 10, right? We couldn't do 3-7 pair because this has to be one of 3 or 7, so those aren't available there. Can't do 2-8 for the same reason, we've got 2-8 already in the row. So this has to be 1-9. Oh, those are. And because of the 9 here, we know that's 1 and 9. That's not 9. And hopefully that should do the rest of it. I'm hoping. 9 here. 6-8 pair here. Come on. Right, you're not 1. No, we've still got 1s available there. Come on, that's got to have done it, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's not done it. Right, what's available here? Right, we can't do 1-9 now, because we've already got it in the box. We can't do 2-8, because that would have no value. We can't do 3-7, because that would have no value. It has to be 4-6. And we've already established this can't be 6, so this is the 4, this is the 6. Right, you can't be 4. Got 1-5 pair there, so that's the 4. You're not the 6 anymore. So you're 8, you're 6. Come on. Surely, surely, surely. Right, what are these? We've got 1. We've got 2, 3. So it could be 4. Oh no, 4's already in the box. 4 can only go here in this column. So that's the 4. So this is 5. 6 is at the bottom. 7, 8. 5 and 8. Right, now we've got a 5 here and a 5 here, so this can't be a 5. And this can't be a 5. So the only place is here for a 5. So this can't be 7 anymore. And this has to be 2, 3. So that's our 1. So this is our 1 and 5. This is 8 because we've got 2, 3 in the row already. This is 2. This is 7 because of the same reason. Come on, come on. No, none of that yet. 7, 9 pair. Right, what's left? Oh, we got 2, 3 here, so this has to be the 8. That has to be the 2. Oh. What's left here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a 3. We already knew that because that's 7. This isn't 4 because we've got one in the box. So what are these two numbers? They are 2 and 7, right? So 2 here, 7 here. This isn't a 2. These aren't 3. So 3 has to go here. That's got to be 2, that's got to be 5. 2, 3. Come on, come on. There's 5 here. That's a 5. That's a 3, that's a 2, that's a 7. 2 or 7, that's an 8 or 9. That's a 3, that's a 2. 8s and 9s here. Can't do those yet. 5, 8 at the top we must be able to do. Yeah, 5 and 8. Right, this can be 3. So it's the only place 3 can be in this box. So that leaves 7, 9. Right, what's left in this box? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. What, that can't be resolved? Oh no, it can. There's a 7 there. 8, 7, 9, 7, 9, 8, 9, 8, 8, 9, and 7. Ooh, right. God, I had to take a few hints there, but quite happy with that. They're meant to be super tricky. How long did Simon take? Simon took almost, well, he only started like... Where? No, he started... here-ish. So 10-ish minutes. It took maybe 40 kind of minutes. Cool, right. So that was a decent warm-up. What we're gonna do, let's get some lo-fi in the background. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to be doing do I want to do more pixel art, or do I want to do... I should really do some more game dev stuff, some Unity stuff. So we'll do that. So, back in about 5 minutes. Right, we're back. So what I think we're going to have a look at is, where's Unity? So I think we're going to leave those Pokemon sprites. I think we're quite happy with how they've come out. And we'll jump back into King of the Ring to try and get some more some of this scriptable object stuff working. Right, where did we have those videos? We were watching some... Here we go, right. So some of these videos here. So one of that, one of that, one of that, one of that. Is that the same? Serialization we don't really care about just yet, but we'll have that open for later. Okay, just while Unity's opening. And then we made some notes in OneNote. So jump this over here. The games, scriptable objects. Here we go. Right, we need to make sure we capture this audio. Which audio?
An important tool.
Right, I think that should be picking up the audio of that window.
What am I going to talk about today exactly? Firstly, I'm going to talk about some of the problems with mono behavior as a class.
And we just have to copy the filter.
I'm going to talk about scriptable object as an alternative to mono behavior. It's another way of doing things, another important element in your architectural toolbox when you're working in Unity.
Okay, and then when I talk, it should dim. It should dip the audio of the video. Yeah, it looks like that, so that's working. Cool. Right, so this one, we made some notes around 21 minutes in.
3 potential chance
Right, demo started at 36.
Based on the original project. So,
And we're just going to pause the Spotify for the moment.
So firstly, I'm going to see if I can improve the audio a little bit, because they've got a few audio clips playing kind of repeatedly, but there's some stuff we can do to very, very quickly actually make the audio a little bit more impressive. Second thing is I'm going to add destructible buildings, because who doesn't love destructible buildings? Or, you know. So let's show you to start with the original project. So we've got two players. I've got the blue tank on WSD, I've got the red tank on the arrow keys, and I can fire some shells. You hear how repetitive that sounds? That's pretty dull, right? I can try and take out the red tank. My aim is usually terrible on this, so there we go. Come on. Hooray! Thank you. So let's look then first at improving the audio, and using scriptable bullets to do it. So I'll step forward to some stuff I made earlier. So what have we got here now? So we've got some audio clips. I went to Archive.org, I found some Creative Commons different explosion effects. So I've got a few of these different. Oh, pretty loud. Okay, never mind. And I've got this audio event scriptable object type. So there we go. So super simple, right? It's a basic scriptable object type. It's abstract and it has this play method. So you pass it in an audio source, and it will play itself on that audio source somehow. So this is an example of the delegate pattern, right? So to go with this, I also then have a simple audio event. So this derives from audio events. This is one particular implementation of this. So this is so similar to the power up thing. So a simple audio event has some audio clips that it can choose from. It has the volume it should play at. I've introduced this range float type that is like a min and max float pair. So that every single time I play, I'll just pick a random value in that range just to vary the volume a little bit. And similarly for pitch, I've also got this range float, so I can vary the pitch slightly. I mean, varying volume and pitch is like the bread and butter of beginning to get like audio variation. Super simple. So when it comes to actually playing this audio event on an audio source, so I have the source passed in, I pick a clip at random between 0 and the number of clips I've got. I pick a volume value between the min and max volume. I pick a range value, a pitch value between the min and max pitch. Having figured the source, I then play. And that's it, right? So what I've managed to do here is I've grouped together all the parameters that my audio designer is going to care about, and I put them on an asset file that can live in audio event somewhere. So he just focuses on that folder. He doesn't have to worry even about where this is going to be used. He can just focus on, like, he's been told, make a really cool explosion sample when the shells go off. He just makes this. And then the gameplay designer, maybe later on, will go and wire this up. We also have a create asset menu being applied to this here, which means that I can go now into Unity, and I'll show you. I can go to Unity, I go to the assets, create, simple audio event, and it will just be there, and it will just make an asset straight away. So, do that. So I come in here and create audio events, simple. Okay, so pop that straight away. I call that the explosion.
So what we're going to do is we're just going to get a better understanding of script or objects.
Now let's get some volume.
Again.
Pretty loud before, so I'll start quite low. Now pitch of 1 would be kind of normal speed, so we'll start around there, maybe a little higher actually. Now I've written a custom editor for this, which lets me actually kind of simulate doing this in edit mode. So I can hit preview. Yeah, that. But I can hit it a bunch of times. And suddenly I've got a little variety in this event. So it's one event from the gameplay code's point of view, which is going to trigger this thing, and it's going to get all this different variety of what's going on. And I can tweak this pretty easily as well. You know, make me a bit higher pitch. Yeah, okay. One of those is kind of loud, I should take it out. I'm going to hold window a little more. That's better. Okay. Now you can imagine as well, it would be quite easy to have other subclasses of audio events that have different approaches to how they pick the sounds. I mean, it's quite easy to end up with picking the same sample twice in a row and similar volume values and similar pitch values. So in that instance, you end up with two sounds that do sound pretty similar. And maybe you want something a bit more elaborate, but very deliberately kind of doesn't use the same sample twice in a row or things like that. You can implement different strategies for this stuff. You could do something that used weighted random as well to kind of control the probability of picking these things. So I'll show you as well the editor code that went with this. So down here. By the way, this project is on Bitbucket. You can go and get all the code there, so don't worry about memorizing everything. So inside the custom editor for audio events, and again, I was applying to every single audio event. I don't have to write a separate custom editor for each subclass to do this. When I enable the editor, so when I'm creating the editor, I make a hidden game object with an audio source on it that I'll use to kind of be my.
Right, which one do we want to jump to?
At the top, we can put in tags serializable, and you'll see it's going to complain at you here. You need to add a using system call at the top of your.
I think this BMO video is probably what we want to double check again, now that we've read all the, well, we've watched all the background.
Because using mono behaviors as your primary driver really makes it easy to fall into that trap. After all, you attach mono behaviors on your game objects, and now in order to test certain functionality, you need several game objects in your scene at all times, just for your systems to actually function. Then, out of the dusk, Richard Fine and Ryan Hipple both gave talks at Unite, the Unity convention, where they talked about using scriptable objects in interesting ways to break these patterns. People were going nuts after Ryan Hipple's talk. I remember feeling like I couldn't escape hearing or reading about it on YouTube or on Reddit or some forum, and the reason I think it profoundly impacted people was that it changed their perspective on how a Unity project could be set up in a clean and testable way. And this was kind of new at the time. People were still kind of feeling out Unity as it grew in popularity. And then it kind of fizzled too. I think as people tested these things out, they realized it wasn't for every project. And so I do want to say that up front. Everything I'm going to talk about here in this video is not going to be, the one-size-fits-all solution for every game you're making, especially if you're on a small team or a solo developer, but it still is important to learn because it's a valuable tool, and it also will shift your thinking on how to structure your code so that you can maintain it in the future. So with all that said, I want to show you how to make variables using scriptable objects, because I think when Ryan Hipple showed that in his talk, it really blew people's mind. They never really thought you could do something like that. But before I just dive into it, I want to show you quickly my problem statement here in the scene I have set up. Okay, so in my example scene here, I have my player, I can move around, I have a scarecrow enemy, and I have this health bar at the top. And right now I have full health, but if I walk into this scarecrow, you'll see I take damage, and it reduces, and if I do this to the point where I'm pretty weak, it'll actually start playing an audio sound, which is this heartbeat. Pretty simple stuff. Now let's quickly take a look at how I have this set up. So looking first at our player object here, we have this player health script. And if I open it up, it's really simple. It's literally just two floats, a health and a max health. And we have this function where we can take damage, where we pass in an amount, and we reduce our health. On our health bar object, we have this health bar script. And you'll notice we actually have a reference here to our player health script. And this is so we can have our player health and our player max health, and we can decide, what percentage of the health bar should be filled up based on these two values. But right here is an issue. We have a hard reference to our player health script. So these things are now tied together. In order for us to ever test this health bar, we now need to make a player or some object that has a player health script on it and populate the values. Moving on, we also have this audio manager class with a similarly named script. And if we open this up, we'll see we have a reference to player health here as well. And all we're basically doing is checking if the player health is, like underneath a third, and then we'll play this heartbeat.
Right, as I'm doing this, we want to skip for the moment. Okay, so we've got these float variables and float reference setups. So these are our scriptable objects. So what I'm thinking is on our character prefab, we want a reference to a default value of our scriptable object parameters, right? So at the moment we're using these scriptable objects to save these, the floats and longs. But what we could do is create a new float variable and call this default movement speed, right? And then on our character, where we take our movement, it will be referencing that default movement speed. Is this the way that I want to do this? I think so. Let's just do a new folder here for like characters. Just so it doesn't get confused with all the other stuff. So what I think we could do because the way we're going to be set up here, we're going to have a player, a selected character, and then character. And based on your selected character, these drop downs will just target different variables that are set more globally. And then when those are combined and used in the movement scripts, we'll have our different values retrieved that way. Does that work? Maybe. Maybe. So I think we've already established as well that we want to take off these positions here. We don't care about those. So maybe let's create an empty object on this, which is just like a stat block, right? And this stat block should take it in there should be a script here This might not be the right way to do it, but this is how I'm going to do it. Character stats. Right, I'm going to open this up. Let's get some music back on. Right, so on our character stats, let's just do this just with movement speed to start with and see how this works. So we want we're going to want a serialized field, which is a float reference of default movement speed. Right, then we're also going to want two more of these, which will be the suit move speed modifier, and the value move speed modifier. Right, and then if we save that for the moment, we won't put any code in just yet. And then on our stat block, we assign this reference. We add the script here. And we say that this is our default movement speed, which we're just going to set as a value of 1, for example. But then we duplicate this a couple of times. So then this is going to be the what we got here? We got clubs movement speed modifier. And then queen movement speed modifier. I'd rather not have it, so verbose really. Be nice if we had a shorter variable name, but it's okay for what we're doing at the moment. And then let's duplicate that. Ooh. No, undo that. Are you not letting me undo that? Okay. See this. Queen. And then duplicate that. And we call that king. Right, so our default is 1. Let's say clubs makes you slower, like significantly slower. King also makes you slower. Like we'll balance these figures after, that doesn't really matter. But queen makes you faster. And then we assign the suit is clubs and the character is queen. So then what we would have here, 1 times 0.5 times 1.4. So 0.5, oh, it's just 0.5 times 1.4, isn't it? So 0.7 times speed modifier. So we go back to our script here. What we want is a few public float values, float variables, movement speed, right? And then when this character is initialized and we've got these three values assigned, we would just do this equals default movement speed times by suit movement speed times by value movement speed. And we need dot value for all of these because they are, that's where the float actually lives on these. I can't convert from, there we go. They all need dot value. So then if we just check that this is working, we just want to log out movement speed dot value. So for our character here, we're expecting 0.7 to be output. Let's just double check that worked. So yeah, we're using these values here. That should be queen movement speed here. Oh no, that should be empty. Do I need it to be a... Do I need it to be a float variable? No, that's only if we need to override it. So let's go back here. Just call this a float. And then this is no longer dot value, this is just that. Let's update. So our movement speed is 0. And then when we run it, I think this should be 0.7 with the multipliers together. Yeah. 0.7 output. Okay, I can ignore all those other errors. They're not using those at the moment. Okay. So then how do we set these variables? So I wonder if we look at our character controller here. Wait, what's it saying? Object reference not set to instance of an object. We've not got a 2D rigid body on here. We do. Can we go up to the first of these errors? It's that. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. So not like this. Let's just double check it finds this rigid body. Rigid body movement. Characters stop rigid body movement. Oh wait, where's rigid body movement? Character selector. Layer input, character, animator, not character animation script. Where's our rigid body movement? It's not there. So we're getting the character controller running, which is an extension of the rigid body movement. Yeah, that should be okay. Why is that not okay? $9.21. Did we not get this? That didn't appear, did it? There's only the log from here. Rigid body movement. Character controller, rigid body. Let's see if any of those pick up. Rebuild. Start and stop again. Right, character controller's there. Okay. So how's this gonna work? Let's have a little think about what we can do here.
sound, otherwise we stop it from playing if they have higher health. But here we have another hard reference to this player health script just so we can get these float values out of it, which isn't the biggest deal, but it kind of is a pain. Because if we ever wanted to test this in isolation, right, we want to say, hey, is my audio manager working? We now have to make an audio manager, and again, like the health bar, we have to make a game object, attach the player health script, and populate the values just to test this one component. And this is a pretty simple example, like, that's only gonna take a little bit of time, but you understand we're making hard dependencies here when there really doesn't need to be. And it's actually just gonna make testing your project much more difficult. It also makes this component so rigid and narrow because we have to use this player health script when really what it should be doing is just looking at a float value for health and max health. And so this is the problem, and this is what we're gonna be fixing by making variables with scriptable objects. And so if you don't know what scriptable objects are, I just put out a video that kind of introduces what they are and how to make them, but I still think you can follow along here. Let's go ahead and make a float variable scriptable object. And this is the example Ryan Hibble uses in his project. So in our assets folder, we'll right click and create a C# script, and I'll just call this float variable. And let's open it up. Okay, so in our script, let's get rid of all the start and update methods. And to make this a scriptable object, we don't want to be inheriting from mono behavior. We want to inherit from scriptable object. And then to be able to create this in the menu, we can happily add a tag in square brackets and say create asset menu. And then for the actual scriptable object, you know what we want to store in here? A public float value. And that's it. And I think he makes a joke about this in his talk. We literally are just storing a float value in the scriptable object. So now we can go back to the Unity editor, and I can right click on our assets folder and go to create. And right at the top, we'll see we have a float variable. So if I click this, I can call this something relevant like player health. And with this new scriptable object selected, we see in our top right we have value, and so we can set this to whatever we want. So let's set it to like 800. And here's something I want to show off really quickly. We can play the game, and so it might be hard to see because my screen's blue, but even while the game is running, I could change the scriptable object value to something like 50. And normally when you stop running the game in Unity, it resets all your values to what they were when you first started. But in the case of a scriptable object, because this is actually being saved in the project and not during runtime, when we stop running, the value persists. And this is true for when you change levels as well. So that is something you need to take into account if you want.
Right, so we're getting the CC code run. But we're not getting this code run. What if we made this a start instead of an awake? It might have to be on enable, actually. Gonna have to see how it runs. Because this is inheriting from that class. Or extending the class, isn't it? Ah, here we go. Right, so start is what we wanted. Okay. And now what we could do is on our character controller. Where's our character controller script? Here. We could look for our stat block. Do we need it on a separate? We don't even need it on a separate game object, do we? I think if we move this onto the character, let's get rid of this stat block. is here. Expand it. Let's put these variables on. Default movement speed, gloves movement speed, and queen. Right, and then we'll just delete the stat block entirely. So go up. We make sure that this is all the same. Gloves default, yep. Right, so let's save that. And then we can say character stats. So in the start, we can say private character stats. Just call it character stats. And here in the start, we can say character stats equals get component. No. How do we normally reference thing for jumping out? Get component grab. Wait, how did we do it before? Or just get component. Get component. And character stats. No, sorry, we're putting this in the wrong place. We don't say it, we want this in the character controller. And we do this, and we do this. Right, so that's fine. This you can go. That's fine. And then really, we can say here, our movement speed is character stats dot movement speed. Right, and then when we run here, we should be able to tweak the movement speed by tweaking these variables. So we run this. And select like our default movement speed. If we increase this, oh no, it doesn't reassign them, does it? Because we're not looking for an update event. Because in the character stats, it's only in the start that we do this. We're going to do another quick break. Sorry, just need to have a little think. Back in a second. Right. Let's have a little think about this. So, we now have a character whose stats are controlled here. We don't want double stats. No, let's undo that. Can I reset this to the prefab? I reset this to the prefab. Let's just let's go into our prefabs. Let's go look at selected character. This has got the correct prefab stuff there. So if we just delete that and apply it here. Wait, why is that the king character there? Oh, because our character is the king. Right, so we need to figure out a way for these values to update as we change them, but without checking the value every single frame. Because yeah, what I don't want here, at the moment we're setting the movement speed for the character based on these values at the start. Now I could move this all into the update, but then we have to do this calculation every single time. Which I don't really want to do. Let's have a little look here.
Every time you start the game, then you'll need to incorporate some sort of value for doing that. And at the end of the video, I'll give you a reference for how you can set things up like that. But this also saves you the effort of having to have all these different dependent game objects travel with your player into new scenes. If you have some singletons like this audio manager or a game manager, you don't need to bring them in every single one of your scenes in order for some functionality to happen. You now have the single variable that you can reference. So I'm going to quickly go through how to modify this existing project to use these float variables. And I'm actually going to make another one here. So I'm going to create float variable, and I'll call this player max health. And so we'll set this to 100. And so now that we have these two float variables created in our project, player health, player max health, we want to create a class that actually consumes the float variable type. And this will make more sense right now. Let's do it. Let's create a new script, and we'll call this float reference. So this float reference object is what we're actually going to be using in our other scripts like our health bar and our audio manager, and it will make sense by the end of this. So stick with me here. I'm going to use the example Ryan uses in his talk. We can clear out our script, and we don't want to inherit from mono behavior or anything at all. We just want this to be a public class. At the top, we can put in tags serializable, and you'll see it's going to complain at you here. You need to add a using system call at the top of your script. But in here, what we want to do is make a reference to a float variable. So we can say public float variable, we'll call this variable. And so one of the really interesting use cases for this is getting more flexibility out of the Unity editor. So we have these float variables down here, player health and max health. But what if you didn't actually want to create a new float variable for a certain use case, right? Like it's just too much for what you need, and you just want to be able to type a value into the inspector like normal and call it a day. So you can actually set this up to be pretty flexible. So you can actually make a public bool called use constant, and then make a public float called constant value. And this is what he does in his script. And what we're trying to do here is basically you can either use the float variable or you can just use whatever you put in the inspector, and we can return each one based on that use constant bool condition. And so we can make a custom getter called public float value, and then we can say get return, and then if we're doing use constant and that's true, we want to return the constant value. Otherwise, we want to return our float variable dot value. So if use constant is true, we return our constant value, which is what you can configure in the editor, and I'll show that in a second. Otherwise, we want to use our float variable scriptable object and extract the value off of it. So with the float variable created and a float reference created, we can now demonstrate how we're going to convert our existing scripts to use this new setup. So let's first take a look at our player health and get this set up. So in our player health script, instead of this float driving our health and max health, we want to use our float variable. So here I'll say public float variable. And then you'll notice in our take damage method that we actually have things erroring out now. And that's because our float variable, and that's because you can't subtract a float directly from a float variable, you need to reference its value stored internally. So we can say health.value for these three cases, and it should be fine. Cool. Errors go away. And if we go back to the Unity editor, we see here that if I click on my player and I look at my player health script, we now have two empty options here for a float variable. So we can actually pass in player health, and we can pass in player max health. And just like that, our player health script is completely ready to go. And now we can quickly update this health bar and our audio manager to take use of our float reference as well. So let's quickly open this health bar script. Now we don't need a direct reference to this player health script anymore. We can now make a variable called float reference, and we can have player health, player max health. And then down here in our update, instead of having our player health script drive this, we can simply just say player health.value divided by player max health.value. So we're no longer pulling things from a script. We're just going to be using these individual float variable objects. And so check this out. I'm going to click on our health bar, and if we look at our script now, things are going to look a little different. So we can either pass in our new scriptable objects, so player health for the player health, and player max health, because that makes sense. And you could use the value that's stored on these scriptable objects. Or if you wanted to, you could select use constant and type in a value here like 50 divided by 100. And if I actually play the game now, you'll notice that it goes down to 50. And I can update this constant value here, and you'll see that it's actually working. Or I could uncheck this, and now it's actually using what's stored on this player health float variable. And so if I click on this player health float variable, you'll see that the value is stored at 50 as well. I probably should have picked a different value. But I can update this here in the editor, and just like that, it's updating in real time. And this is really important, because I can actually just delete our player altogether from the scene. Our player is completely gone, and yet I can still change these values in real time without anything breaking. I can still
Right,
stored on these scriptable objects. Or
if we go back to that script, yeah, because this is called on update. So I guess while we're tweaking the values, we want to do it on update. But once we've set values correctly, then we'll move it back into a start method, I think. I think that's the best way to do this. We go back here. So for the moment, we're going to put it into update as well. But once we're set on, when we set values, when we're happy with them, we'll move them into the, we'll remove the update. So it's only called on start. Because the stats for a character shouldn't change once they're initiated. So now what should happen is, with our character variables, so this default movement speed, if we run this, we should be able to edit this to speed it up or slow it down. So you can see speed it up and slow it right down. We can even reverse it. And then if we change these defaults, so 0.8 would be fine, and the queen at 1.5 or 1.6 even, and then reverse. Okay, that's looking good. So now what we want to do is, can we assign these variables in script? I think we can, can't we? I think rather than having these as float references, I think these should be assigned by our character selector. Yeah, so rather than these like this, oh, we got those at the moment. So where's our character selector? Yeah, I think we've replaced these. And basically, when these are edited, these overwrite those values down there in the chain. Now, I feel like there was something. Where was it? It was something in enums as SOs. 24 minutes in this one. enums.
So the next pattern, the one that I quite like, because it's sort of counterintuitive, is to have empty scriptable objects that you bind down set files. And you might think, well, what's the point of an empty object? You know what you do with an empty object. Can't store data from that. What you can do with an empty object is you can compare it. You can test the quality on an empty object. So that means you can use these things as dictionary keys, for example. And this is very similar to what you do with an enum, right? In principle, when you have an enum, you've declared different values. You're not supposed to do arithmetic on them. I mean, you can, but it's kind of not what enums are about. The only things you can really do with enum values are compare them and say, is this equal to this enum value I'm expecting, or is it something else? And you can do exactly the same thing with these. But the key advantage here is that your designers can add new values to the enum without changing any code. Once you decide that actually it would be helpful to have some information associated with these things, it's also a very natural extension to go from these empty scriptable objects to a non-empty scriptable object. So maybe having created these different damage types that exist in my game from different weapons and different attacks and so on, maybe I want to add a ball for kind of which ones the player is vulnerable to, or something like that. So I can add that in one place and then just go through all these damage types and just check the ball on or off, instead of having to have a separate lookup somewhere from each of these to the corresponding ball values. It's usually faster to kind of put the data on these things directly. And that's something you can't do with enums at all. You can't really kind of add extra data to each enum entry very easily. The other thing you get with this is null support. So with an enum, you might need to introduce like a nothing entry or something at the beginning. With this, nothing is just a null reference. And that ends up working really nicely for a lot of situations. Okay, so let's look at one's ideas to my heart. The authorization.
Okay. And then in this one, 48 minutes.
So if I grab the scissors and drag them around, scissor on scissor, oh, that doesn't sound good. That does nothing. We'll edit that out. Scissor on paper, we know what's going to happen. Scissor on rock, that's exciting. It just died. So that's a very simple elemental system, but inevitably you're going to have a designer come in drunk at night and say, I want dynamite. So here we go. Let's add dynamite. We all work with that guy. And dynamite beats everything. It beats rock, it beats paper, it beats scissors, it beats dynamite, which is just devastating. And I'm going to turn on these two special things because I knew I was going to do this. And we'll drag and drop this new dynamite right here into the element. So now these two at the bottom are going to be dynamite. So what I've done, and I could also have done this when the game was running, by the way. But what I've done here is I've just added a new feature, dynamite, going through, cleaning everything up, and it's just being destructive. So now we've added this new feature that, you know, this small example wouldn't have been too much of a drain on your programming team to add one thing to the enum, but it's as your game starts to get larger, these things get to be much more expensive.
I think we want to rewatch all of this thing about
so I'm
enums.
go through this kind of quickly, but yeah, he stole it from me first. Some of the limitations with enums, with enumerations, that they're all code-driven. And I think that the more code you can remove from your game, the less bugs you're going to have that are programmers' faults. So you can just assign all of your bugs to the designers, and everybody's going to be happy except for the designers. So if you have enums, you're going to have to change these things in code. So if we have elements, your fire, ice, and wind elements, I can bet you somebody's going to ask for a new element at some time. So using an enum for that is something that you know you're going to have a feature add. They work out with things that are relatively fixed by some law. So cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, that could be an enum, unless your game, of course, wants to go into a more gradient space. We've used enums for comparison operators, less than equals, equals, not equals, greater than equals. So that's a place where there's not a lot of new comparison operators being invented every day. But that's the space where enums make sense, where you have a relatively fixed list. Using the enums and having them all be code-driven, they're difficult to reorder or to add or remove things. If these are serialized, the enums are going to be saved out based on their index. So if you delete one, you're going to break every single thing that uses that. I've seen games deal with this by renaming something to unused, and then that way they maintain the indices of everything that comes after it. And then you've got this massive list of enums that have 3 things that are valid because you don't know where they're actually being used. And then finally, they can't hold additional data, which is kind of obvious. You end up building sort of a lookup table in a lot of cases. And even if your initial definition here is we don't need it to hold additional data, somebody will. Somebody will want to put some data in there. And when you use your initial limitations or your initial expectations to define your implementation, I think that you'll realize that, yeah, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It can't do that, therefore it never will. So we can solve this, of course, with scriptable objects. Demo. So here we'll look at elements, and I'm going to look away, sample data. So here we have a handful of my favorite types of elements, rock, paper, and scissor. We all know how these work. I didn't write a fancy mover, so I'm going to drag things around in the inspector to demonstrate what happens here. These cubes each have an elemental component, which just references one of our elements. This is a scriptable object that extends, that is attack element. So here, all of this list is what are the things that I beat. You know, paper beats rock, rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper. So if I grab the scissors and drag them around, scissor on scissor, oh, that doesn't sound good. That does nothing. we'll edit that out. Scissor on paper, we know what's going to happen. Scissor on rock, no, that's exciting, it just died. So that's a very simple elemental system, but inevitably you're going to have a designer come in drunk at night and say, I want dynamite. So here we go, let's add dynamite. We all work with that guy. And dynamite beats everything. It beats rock, it beats paper, it beats scissors, it beats dynamite, which is just devastating. And I'm going to turn on these two special things because I knew I was going to do this. And we'll drag and drop this new dynamite right here into the element. So now these two at the bottom are going to be dynamite. So what I've done, and I could also have done this when the game was running, by the way, but what I've done here is I've just added a new feature, dynamite, going through, cleaning everything up, and it's just being destructive. So now we've added this new feature that, this small example wouldn't have been too much of a drain on your programming team to add one thing to the enum, but as your game starts to get larger, these things get to be much more expensive. And this also wouldn't break your reference index if this ends up getting deleted or reordered. Okay, so we talked a lot about modularizing data, and that's all well and good, but there's still things that you can do with, you still need more than just data points, these small chunks of data, in order to build your game architecture. So just like we can reference a variable that only has a float, we can also reference...
So what we want to do is have a look at how that was working. Which demo? Maybe demo 5? Oh, don't say it's demo 4, and that's the one that's missing. They're just a couple of days into it. Can't really see what's in this. Demo 6 elements. So we've got assets, we've got prefabs. Should really just open this in Unity, that'll be a lot easier. Code. Variables? No, elements, wasn't it? Elements. Elements that are defeated by this element. So this is a scriptable object, which is a list of attack elements. Right. So really it's replacing enums with lists of scriptable objects. And each of the objects in the list can have data on it. I think that's how this is working. Good. Oh no, wait, the other way around. This attack element is a scriptable object. And the attack element holds its own list of defeated elements, which are other guys, I'm quite confused about what's happening here. Should just download and run this, but I'd rather not. So each element prefab, is this still what the prefab is? Layer prefab. No. Elemental prefab. That's not going to be useful to look through these.
Paper, we know what can happen. Scissor on rock. That's exciting. It just died. So that's a very simple elemental system. But inevitably, you're going to have a designer come in drunk at night and say, "I want dynamite." So here we go. Let's add dynamite. We all work with that guy. And dynamite beats everything. It beats rock. It beats paper. It beats scissors. It beats dynamite, which is just devastating. And I'm going to turn.
No.
That's a very simple elemental system. But inevitably, you're going to have a designer come in drunk at night and say, "I want dynamite." So here we go.
Where does this element come from?
And is that, yeah, that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It can't do that, therefore it never will. So we can solve this, of course, with scriptable objects. Demo. So here we'll look at elements, and I'm going to delete them. Look away, sample data. So here we have a handful of my favorite types of elements. Rock, paper, and scissor. We all know how these work. I didn't write a fancy mover, so I'm going to drag things around in the inspector to demonstrate what happens here. These cubes each
They each hold the elemental script, which tells it the element.
have an elemental component, which just references one of our elements. This is a scriptable object that extends, that is attack element of type.
Has he shown us the attack element before? Not really.
Attack element. So here, all of this list is what are the things that I beat. You know, paper beats rock, rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper. So if I grab the scissors and drag them around, scissor on scissor, oh, that doesn't sound good. That does nothing. We'll edit that out. Scissor on paper, we know what's going to happen. Scissor on rock, that's exciting. It just died. So that's a very simple elemental system. But inevitably, you're going to have a design one thing to the enum. But as your game starts to get larger, these things get to be much more expensive. And this also wouldn't break your reference index if this ends up getting deleted or reordered.
Right, my brain's not working around this yet. I think we might pause on that and we might hop over to do some pixel art stuff again. Because I can do that with it without having to work my brain too hard. I think we need to look at more examples of that working. So that's what we're going to do. Rather than research mode, I'll take that off. And we'll swap over to some Aseprite stuff. So I think what we want to do is we want to do a new... Let's do a new file. And we're going to pick a new Pokemon. Let's just do save as. And this one. So I've got a request to do Umbreon next. I think it's Umbreon, isn't it? Let's close that. Let's do a new window here. We'll get some images for Umbreon. Okay, we can get rid of these. We're going to clear all of these out. We don't need a background. So I've got the right kind of pixel sizes here. And we're going to start by finding some references. So let's close down Unity. Nope, something's not like that. Oh, are we back? Yeah, I think we're back. Okay, so let's have a look. Where? Let's just find some Umbreon images. And we just want to open image in new tab for some of these. Give us an idea of scale and image. Some like more dynamic posing. Okay, what is Umbreon? Let's see what the description is. Is a mammal type Pokemon. Sleek, flat body, 4 legs, crimson eyes, 2 pairs of pointed teeth. Okay, 1 pair in each jaw, which are visible when its mouth is open. Its long pointed ears, bushy tail, yellow band, yellow rings on the legs, and on its forehead. Okay, its black fur helps it blend into the night while waiting for the right moment to pounce. When it does, its rings emit a dim yet ominous glow, and it lunges for the prey's throat before eating it. Oh, it can spray poison as well. Ooh. I wouldn't expect that from... So what animal do you think Umbreon is based on? Is it a dog? I suppose most evolutions are basically dog type, aren't they? Or dogs or cats, I suppose. Where's evolutions? Evolution, here we go. Right. The Espion is clearly more cat-like than some of these ones. Whereas I would say these first three are a bit more dog-like. That's quite cat-like as well. Maybe just Jolteon and Flareon are more like dog-like. Oh, here we go. Some other people have asked. Black cat, black rabbit, or black canine? Eevee and the evolutions are usually said to be based off either a fox or a cat, depending on the form. So maybe we're looking at like a type of fox. Let's see if anyone's done realistic ideas of. Okay, so like a panther, I can see that. That's quite cool. Open some of these. Yeah, more fox-like people seem to be going towards. This is a bit more wolf-like by the looks of it. Got a wolf as well. Like these. Like this. So really we're looking at like dark fur cats, big cats. So yeah, panther. I suppose we could base it around a panther. Or like a jaguar kind of idea. See, look, this black jaguar has got similar kind of markings, to be honest. And this to me is like, I don't know, the head here looks more like rabbit-like, but this is more like jackal-like. And then what's this? Is this a lynx? Let's have a look. What's a lynx? I feel like with the long ears and the it's kind of like a lynx. We have are there any black lynxes? Not really. I do quite like this kind of like form though. Might keep that. Just looking for reference images at the moment. And what was the other one that we're looking at? Is like a jackal. That'll be interesting for some poses here. I suppose we should look at wolves and foxes as well. None of these are kind of striking it for me. All right, let's take some of these images and stick them into Figma. To be honest, actually, let's group all this together. So we can just hide all of this as well. Nope, why can I not select? And these three. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Actually, let's leave those two. Right, let's group all of this. And hide that out of the way. Let's take the Blastos ones, Blastoise. They can all be grouped and hidden. Why did I not select those two? And I just dump them in that group. What was it? 6? One of these ones. 8. Here we go. Right, clear out some space a bit more. Let's have the Pokemon drawings on the left, and then we'll have more realistic on the right. Oh, didn't want that. You like this head, the Link's kind of look. These are actual real animals on this side. Let's go down here with you. Form. You've got to go across here more. Any other real... They're all artistic now, aren't they? Right, so we've got a few options like this. I think the only other thing is to look at the ears to be like maybe a bit more hair-like. So if we just close all these tabs now. Right, black hair. Ooh. Want something that's like a more aggressive animal though. Maybe wild. See what we get for images like this. Not really. Dangerous. wonder if there's any carnivorous animals in this family. Hares aren't carnivorous, are they? Carnivorous. Oh, almost. Yeah, family. Oh, family. And prey for carnivorous animals. They're not predators themselves, though. No, didn't want to do that. Oh, apparently they are. Got so many pop-ups. Nah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to go down this route. Okay. So let's hold this off to one side as our reference board. Can't make that thinner. Okay, what do we like here? I do like this head. It's my favourite design out of all of these, I think. Although I also like this. Considering it doesn't seem as aggressive, kind of looking as some of the other ones did. With Blastoise and Charizard didn't really, did they? But we had a look here. Charizard's easy to make more aggressive because naturally claws and teeth and fangs and all that kind of stuff. Which is this group. Yeah, there's aggression in this design as well. And then where's our Venusaur group? Less aggressive, but still more aggressive looking than this Umbreon. So maybe it is a case of not going for the more aggressive look and going for like this kind of look. But to me, actually, the description that we saw, I've lost my research one here. So what was it? The Umbreon. Pokedex. Actually, let's just do Umbreon. And look here. this description here of it kind of like looming in the darkness. Waits for the right moment to pounce, and then when it pounces, that's when the rings grow. The rings glow. So, is there something we could do around that? I do like, yeah, I still like that. I'm still drawn to this lynx-like image. So, we don't have vines, we don't have leaves, we have a plant. Head, front legs, body, rear legs. Let's double these up. So it's going to be front, right. And this is going to be front left. Rear right leg. And rear left leg. Okay, so what kind of pose are we looking at here? Let's start with the head, which we'll do in yellow, just to start with. And I like this, yeah, this setup. So I'm like, all ears. We're just doing a rough shape here. And then like face carving down. Just fill this in a bit. So actually we're probably getting quite similar to like this kind of shape. And what I tend to do is start with like bigger brushes and then work our way out. It's going to look really bad to start with, but we'll slowly edge our way into finding where this image is. I think I want it more like this kind of head shape, but more head on a bit more. Let's see, what have we done with our other... We could flip it into this kind of look. But really, we'd look at all of this. We're looking at rotating it. Okay, we'll leave the head shape like that for the moment. Because I think we'll need to repurpose it. To be honest, the ear is going back more. And that's where they're like the aggression in it comes. I think, to be fair, once we just do like a little bit of shading like this, that's where I start to get the shape coming. So we're not going to be there yet, but something like that. Right, let's just fill this in for the moment because we just want the general head shape. To be honest, more like I'm leaning a bit more towards this now. That means we'd have to cut down. Okay, let's just start blocking in a body as well. That kind of format, like quite stocky. We could do something like that. else could we do? We could do this here and have it like around on this layer. So like a more of a cat-like pose. Or we could even go for our other one there that we've got, which is like sitting upright. I've not really got a feeling for what pose we're going for here yet. Maybe something along the lines like this. Just thinking where I'm going to have to do the circles, I want to have a bit more space, so making them like stronger forearms. some kind of shape like that for a leg. I'm looking at like this is a kind of reference. A lot of them are going like out and back. Gonna have like a this kind of shape. With these front legs being a little bit more leaner. Definitely more, well, this is basically a hair that I'm turning into at the moment. Not sure we've got much in terms of the pose here. So really we need a tail as well. Let's see if we do... Tail's got to be in front of the body. Right, quick bathroom break. Back in a sec. better. Got a jumper on now. A bit warmer. Right, that can go off, and the timer can go. Right, what are we going to have a look at? I think we need a few more reference images. So like a fierce hair. Not really fierce poses here. Maybe there's a lynx. Now these are a bit better. What was the other stuff that we looked at? Jackal. This kind of pose could be good. Copy image. Pop that on there as a reference as well. Oh no, we just overwrote something. That's I'm liking this a bit more. Let's flip it though. How about a jaguar? Someone open nose. I want like the full body pose. Potentially something like this. That's quite good. want to replace. I want to have new, very similar stance actually. So I think between these three, you've got a kind of idea of image and also head direction. And really body. So let's just turn on this one body. This. Much more flat. I'm still not sure I like this kind of pose. Oh, no, missed it. Hmm. I think it's difficult to see because it's all still one block color. Let's start with this. Okay, it's not too bad a start. But I'm not a fan of the pose. Right, let's just work on the head for a little bit and see what we can have a look at. I honestly don't know where this pose is going. No, something. Maybe let's focus more on that kind of head shape then. So we've got one ear is like straight up. We've got like a forehead. And let's get rid of this one. Just eat away at this a little bit. Oh, this shape is really. I find this so much more difficult. You know what? I think the ears are putting me off. I have to go for a different angle on this. Maybe more entirely like side on. Hey all, how's it going? Blastus, I think we kind of got there with it. This is what we ended up with. I'm not entirely sold on the head shape, but I'm quite happy with how it turned out. And we've also done Charizard offline as well. We went through a few different variations with colours and stuff like that, but fairly happy with where that's come out as well. And now having a look at Umbreon, but really struggling with like what animal it really is. Oh, thank you. Yeah, what I've got for the Pokemon randomizer tonight, I've got this holding screen now, and I really like I really like the designs at this kind of size and scale. But yeah, definitely struggling with this Umbreon. To look for a pose for it. I think I like the Link's kind of look, but I think it's so difficult to get the angle. I mean, to be fair, I'm just hating the shape of everything on this canvas so far. But like you saw with Blastoise, when it's just blobs, it looks so terrible, and then when you start adding in the shading and stuff like that, it suddenly picks up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That 10,000th line. That's the one. But yeah, I kind of like this like cross between like a jackal and like a hare. Trying to get some inspiration from these. I think this looks too tame. I want to keep some like fierceness in the designs as well. There's I do really like this design. I just can't get it to work though. This kind of head shape. Yeah, I think this looks too cute. I do want all of them to be like to have like a bit of a fierceness to them. Now that I've done these three, I feel like there's a slight style coming on that has a bit more aggressiveness. Like the Venusaur isn't as aggressive, but it's definitely a different kind of style. Yeah, I don't want it to be too similar. I want it to have some kind of pop to it. But what animal is Umbreon? I suppose it's quite cat-like. Or fox-like. A ferret. Ferret could be a good idea. Let's have a look. Are there any fierce ferrets? Yeah, like I've been looking for jackal stuff as well, but they didn't really. Nothing jumped out at me. Struggling with the inspiration for this a bit more. The thing is, the description here as well, which I really liked, was this bit here saying, the black fur helping it blend into the night while waiting for the right moment to pounce. When it does, its rings emit a dim yet ominous glow, and it lunges for the prey's throat before eating it. It's like, that sounds... out the cute, yeah. But that description, I assume this is it from one of the games or something like that. I don't think they would have come up with this description on their own. But I like that kind of idea. Maybe having something like looming in the darkness, and it's more this kind of head-on kind of view. But looming in, I feel like the wolf kind of look here. You could have looming in. Yeah, so some of the Pokemon lore is just like terrifying. And this take on it is quite nice. Could go for this and like wrap him round a bit more. That kind of head shape I think would be actually a bit easier to do, but this, I think maybe it's because the rest of the body is putting me off. Let's just try again. Let's do kind of like more narrow snarl. Like a head shape more like that, but way smaller. See, I think I could get behind this kind of head shape. It's weird how that really doesn't. You just look at their shape in general, that looks nothing like an animal, but I know with just a little tiny bit of shading, it will come together so much better. It's something else like, what am I drawing here? It's like, is it a map of Cyprus, maybe? Or let's see what it looks like. We do kind of like here. Hey Runa, how's it going? How was Cuphead? That's lurking a little bit. Yeah. I'm good, I'm good. Struggling to get some of these designs down, but yeah. Trying to figure this out. Yeah, I definitely like this kind of side-on pose more than the 3/4 that I was trying to do. Oh yeah, so we're happy with. yeah. We're happy with Venusaur. Quite happy with Blastoise, and quite happy with Charizard now. So we're getting there with some of these. And then one of my friends has said Umbreon is their favourite, so started looking into this. It's just struggling with some of these profiles. So what happens if I do? In there. I haven't played for a while, no. I've purposely been avoiding seeing anyone doing the DLC, so that when I get to it and try that again, it'll all be fresh to me. Won't have ruined any surprises, hopefully. But no, I think I'm trying to do more, like some longer game dev streams and a bit less on the gaming streams. But we'll have to see how it goes. I'm quite enjoying the pixel art stuff at the moment. I think maybe some highlights will help. Have you played the DLC yet? Should I like this? Ooh, speedrun it. Is it a good challenge? Like good level of difficulty? Or have they made it a bit easier? What can we do? I think it's really just like a few pixels here of mouth that's going to make it really difficult to do. We're also a lot flatter. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Pretty hard, nice. That's what we want to see in those kind of challenge runs. Oh, I mean that. Yeah, I'm liking this head shape more. I don't even know what this is anymore, so let's get rid of this one. I would quite love to do 3/4 of it though. Rather than profile. But it's just so difficult to get the angle right. Let's try, let's see what happens if we just do like a line here to follow. Didn't mean to do that. Can't wait until I've actually improved enough at this that this process takes like 25 minutes rather than 3 hours or whatever I'm doing at the moment. But I assume as I do more of it, the process will get a lot faster. It takes a lot of patience at the moment. Maybe I might have to do like mouth closed. That might be what's messing this up. So if I just fill that all in. And to be fair, he's got quite large eyes. This could be quite terrifying. Right, how do I do its circle in pixels? Like that. This looks so dumb. Right, let's do this. And then swap them over. And then if we brighten up bits of this. There's a chance that there's something here. The red's too vibrant. Not that. Maybe bring it over one. No, don't like this. Did it go up one? Maybe. I think the yellow's really off-putting at the moment, actually. It's gonna have to be this dark purple. Oh no, that's got to be the yellow, hasn't it? It looks quite demented at the moment. I feel like something is getting here. There's the thing is, how do I give it like a proper eye like this? Maybe if we take this shade darker. It's possible. It's also possible that this might look better. And then we do, just these two. Yeah, I'm still not sold on this. I think this is better. Maybe we use this instead of the purple then. Or instead of the dark blue. You know what, this is making me think of the Donnie Darko rabbit. Pretty creepy. Any of these? Maybe we've got to go with blue for the shadow. I think that actually might be a good shout. Let's do this to this. Swap them over. Yeah, I think maybe it's the wrong blue. Oh, should be shading. Again, still not entirely sold on this yet. I think even here. How do I change these eyes? That's what I need to figure out. I think that might be better. maybe place this with a different color. I want something dark. Could go with the green again. Hate this eye. Oh god, how did I nearly die? Maybe. Right, let's just do that, and then we'll drop this in one. Really, we want to drop that in one. So it's back to what we were at, wasn't it? Becoming quite dragon-like as well, though. That's the issue. think what we want to do is shorten this. Slightly less dragon light. Crazy how much of a difference like a single pixel makes. Right, what could I do? Could I do teeth? I think it's too small. I'm starting to like it a bit more. Does it work with an outline or not? The easiest way to do this is do this outline like that. So we need more shadow down here, so we're going to go these two, I think it is. Yeah. So much backwards and forwards. Kind of. Right, I'm going to stick with that for the moment. Let that be the one that we go for. And let's go here because I think a bit darker. Actually, we could even just brighten all of this up. What's the brightest? Maybe a bit blue? No, a bit of white. Better. I don't like these teeth though. How would I do this? do something like that. And if we bring this, not great. Bit better because it's not as stark difference. Maybe we can do a row here, actually. Maybe if I do something like this, we can turn it into a bit of a snarl. Go one more. Yeah, I think I'm getting happy with this. Now, will this look better one further back? Okay. Why do these still look wrong? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Cut the ears around. Where we mess it all up by in the rotations. Yeah, definitely better shifted down a little bit. Oh no. Okay, now it's not going to let me do it. And maybe just this one. In here. Right. Yeah. That is taking me so much longer than I was hoping. And I'm not even fully happy with it yet. I think tweaking the colours is probably going to help. So, what have we said? Instead of that, we went with a dark blue. No. What about the purple? Nope. I think that's better. Yeah, it gives more hint of the dark colour. God, that was way sharper than I thought it was going to be. These ones just like kind of worked out. I mean, actually, I'm still not happy with the Blastos head. That's the one that I want to figure out. Something a bit better for that. But I actually quite like that. It's like a dog head here. Right, so what pose now do we want with this? Again, I think we were saying before, we can either do like a sitting up, looking back that way, or like a could be sitting up like this. I feel like we want some kind of aggression in the pose. I mean, that as well. What about that? So we would look at like I didn't want to move. I wanted to adjust this kind of. And then you'd have legs. Ooh. Too much of a turnaround, really. Oh, no, don't do that. What pose do we want for this? Could do something like that. Hmm. Don't really want to do left and right now. Which leg is this? This is rear leg, front. Let's just call this rear leg, and let's call this rear leg behind. Okay, what have we got? Probably only going for another 10-15 minutes or so, so continue with this. I'm quite tempted to do this ear up though. If I do... I think that's what we're going to go with. It is a lot higher up. why can't I get this looking good? Is it just too tall in general? Yeah, I think it was just too tall. That's a little bit better. Oh god. Right. I'm really struggling with this one. I think I might gonna wrap up the stream there though. It's been interesting. We did a little bit more on the scriptable objects. I think doing the that Sudoku at the start of the stream really took a lot of my mental capacity out of me. So I might not do that again. But yeah, I think we're going to continue with this tomorrow. And we're back again in a couple of hours for continuing the Ironmon journey. Had some fun today. A little bit of scriptable object work. I think it's going to be very powerful, but I need to be really concentrating to understand how I'm going to use all this. I think. I feel like there's a lot of traps here that I could fall into if I use them incorrectly. But yeah, we'll continue with this tomorrow. Hopefully I've got a bit better idea where to go. And other than that, we'll be back in a couple of hours with some Ironmon, which is a Pokemon randomizer challenge for Fire Red. So if that sounds of interest, please feel free to join. Thanks everyone who's booked in, lurked, chatted. Hope it's been interesting. And we'll catch you in a bit. Cheers, bye.